God damn, this is hard to see. I need two phones. I can either read chat and not cook, or cook and not read chat. That's not fun. Is the viewer me? It's probably me. Let me go check the quality on my computer. Ah, you can see some of my garbage on the floor. Well, not garbage, just piles of papers and books. Messy bitch. Okay, I think that looks good. The camera will probably fall down several times, and I won't notice until way too late. Oh god, I can hear myself. Okay, if anyone's here. Nope, I think I'm the only one. Cool. Alright. Doing a little bit of illicit substances before I get started. So if anyone's here, or anyone's watching the VOD, I grew up in a house where we cooked everything. And cooking was sort of like our thing that you could do on your own. It was sort of the thing that you could do that no one could really bother you too much with, because the results would affect what you would affect how the results would turn out. So you don't want to fuck that up because you like food. So you don't want to like mess with people and have them mess up what they're cooking for you. I don't know. I think also me and we get really snippy, my whole family, if we're like being bugged while doing something. Well, I mean, most of them are alive, but anyway. I really like cooking. I like chopping things. I like repetitive behaviors. I like making delicious food. But I do take my time with it, especially when I don't have, like, having done food for, like, food service and stuff is very, I'm not a fan of being on a timer. I'm not a fan of needing to be efficient with my time. I like to take my time and enjoy it, because I enjoy cooking. I also do it as sort of a coping mechanism or whatever. Or to just relax. It's like a meditative thing. No matter how busy of a day I would have at school, I would come home and I would just make myself something on the stove. Which I realize is a privilege. A lot of people don't have, like, I don't have a lot of the things a lot of people have in regards to daily things. Hi, Snilk! I don't know, I'm not good with, like, a lot of daily chores and stuff. Or, like, hygiene or things like that. I'm not as good as that as I am with, like, cooking for myself. A lot of people seem to have trouble cooking, and it makes me sad that not that people still, I mean, it's cheap to, well, it's not that cheap to buy stuff pre-made, but it's not that much more expensive now that you can get frozen stuff. Simply make rosemary wine for your hair while cooking. What? What is that? Oh. So yeah. I'm smoking a little weed first. I don't think I have that tag on my channel. So I don't know if I can show you guys. What's the strain called? Lemon Rainbows. It's really hard to find stuff below like 20% now. I don't know a joke about transferring cooking skills into hygiene. I don't either. Though people do cook a lot of their, like, or not cook, but mix up a lot of their, like, shampoos and conditioners. Also, it's gonna be really annoying because I'm gonna need to use a food processor for the falafel, and that's gonna just be most of it. So it's gonna be loud as fuck. But it's gonna be tasty. Well, I'm not gonna make the falafel right now because I'm gonna need to use the wok to make my curry. But I'm gonna make the falafel batter. And then when I'm done with the curry, maybe I'll fry up some falafel if I have the energy. Yeah, these leeks come 3 to a pack and they're like $1.50, and like I only need one of them. I have so many leeks. I've never had such a surplus of leeks. Yeah, there's 2 more. They're like cheap, but they, oh my god, these are bigger. I have so many leeks. Please take my leeks. This one actually looks way nicer. I'm gonna take this one instead. I love the fan shape of their leaves. It's gorgeous. Should make like a, see how I can freeze them, maybe make like a cream of leek soup or something. They're very good. Okay. I use them in my ratatouille. That's actually the amazing thing about this falafel recipe. I can find my food processor. Is it's, I need to rewash that. Think about it, it's completely vegan. Like, I don't even think about it. Even though I dump a shit ton of yogurt and feta cheese on the result, it's technically all vegan. The falafels, I mean, not the cucumber sauce. I think, oh, my chicken is defrosted. Alright. Put that back in the fridge. Well, I thought I got a lot of my prep done before I needed to do this, but I'm gonna go wash something in the sink. Because I'm a dumbass. Food processor. Ready. Is that supposed to be like cut loose? I think so. Alright. My friend's uncle worked at a Mediterranean and we'd always, oh fuck, free falafel. That's one of the things, I haven't had falafel in such a long time before I started making it and then eating the shit out of it. And these are different. So these use fava beans instead of chickpeas, which is interesting. And it makes the bat like I was expecting it to taste really different. Get out my drug scale, because this recipe is by like a British guy, so it's all in grams. So yeah, we need 100 grams of spring onion. I already washed these the other day, but I'm gonna get off all the dry stuff. I get like fuzzy burgers. They're probably from the other counter. Forgot. I think one of the things I love about cooking is the sensory aspects of it. Because I forget every time, and then I make this, and it smells so good. And you can't see how it smells. Like, you just can't. And that makes me sad. Because yeah, once all of the cilantro and the parsley and the leeks and the onions are mixed in with the fava beans, it's just such this strong herby flavor, like smell that just, it's so good. It's you get a little bit of that with when I clean the basil for the Thai curry, then it's really delicious smelling. But because you're just chopping all this up, you're just getting such a huge whiff of just super fresh herbs, and I just love that. It's just such a, you forget that like leafy greens can have so much flavor, and then you like chop up a little bit of cilantro or something and you're like, oh shit, this is so good. I don't have the... I used to think that the gene for having, like, cilantro taste bad was, what made it taste like metal. I just thought people didn't like the metallic taste. Because I didn't at first. But, I enjoy it a lot now. It's you realize it's missing when you have, like, a salsa that doesn't, or, like, any kind of Mexican food where someone didn't put any in, or not enough. That and lime juice. Sniffer. That emote is so cute. Oh, Snilk, did you see the offliners, Hasanabi offliners we got? We got shit on by the New Yorker. They mentioned us and they called us. They said we were either very devoted or very lonely for still being there. Like, catching strays. But we did get mentioned, which is cool. Like, yeah, like, everyone's making articles about Hassan. Ethan must be fucking seething. I gotta not mention him too much or he's gonna pull me up on his show. Though that would give me a lot of, clout. I'm thinking this is probably, I should probably maybe not. I like to put these in water and grow them, but then I don't end up using them, like, very much. So, Cause yeah, then they stay fresh and you get, like, a few more shoots from them before you throw them out. But I think I could still probably root them even though I take the roots off. Well, let's just see. I only need 100 grams of these boys. So, I'm gonna cut off the tips as well. I remember before needing at least, like, 2 bundles of these guys. What? That can't just be 13 grams. Okay. That is on it. 36. 55. Apparently most of the flavors in the white part. I think of chives when I think of scallions, so, like, I want to eat the green parts. 73, 80, I guess I'm gonna need all of them. Good call, getting 2 bunches. Let's try the bigger one. And 2. Okay, I got 1 left. Okay. I'll put you over here. Oh, I missed your things. I saw a little of that article on Mike's, but I guess it was earlier. They got it wrong because I was an offliner before I ever went. It is its own space. It's like, that's why I think it's funny that they're like, they even mentioned the devotion part. Actually, I commented on Oliver's post on Twitter, because I'm hip and young. Because we're so devoted, we complain when he goes live. And we celebrate offliner days. Now, there's been times when I've just been too burnt out from everything Hassan covers. I just only went into offline. I didn't watch him for a while. really hard not to chop these all pretty, but since we're processing them, they just need a rough chop. It's painful, but... And from the recipe, I'm pretty sure it says you want to put the herbs in to the food processor first, because they're a lot less dense than the beans, and the beans will weigh them down, and it won't chug along as much. Because when I put the beans in first and then the herbs like a dumbass, I had to like keep putting my food processor like top thing, the part that spins. Really sound really professional. The spinny part. I had to like put it in the fridge multiple times because it was overheating and I didn't want to kill the little motor in it. Where the fuck did I put it? Oh, I put it in the drawer. This little guy. I bought him like 12 years ago because my guinea pig needed his food chopped up, and that was the only way I could justify getting myself a food processor. Like, it was... I couldn't spend the money on myself, but my guinea pig needed it real bad. Spend a ton of time in Jones. Oh. I need to check out Jones. I haven't been in a Jones stream in a while. I haven't been in a lot of other streams in too long. Especially, I miss Elby, because I used to listen to her a whole lot when I was working mornings at the Halloween store. Okay, fine. I'm just going to cut you back here. And I'm not usually up that early anymore. Ooh. How's there dirt between these layers? What the heck? I'm glad I checked. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna go rinse this leaf. It's cleaner on the outside than the inside. I did not expect that. Oh, probably, yeah, a bunch of dirt probably just fell in between the leaves. And slowly settled down there. Alright, I just need to check everywhere. I mean, it makes sense. It's just, I didn't even expect it. Now I'm sort of worried about all the other falafels I've made. Alright, I think we're good. Okay. It's probably going to be heavier now, too, because it's wet. Probably should have waited until... here. Alright, I need 100 grams of this. $120. Let's just say that's 100 because it's wet. It's like really fine sand. This is, I got a little compost I made. You could, let's see. Oh, you overheated an immersion blender. I need to get one of those so I can make Indian food real easy, because I don't want to have to transfer anything hot into there and then back. It seems like a pain in the ass. I'll crack it open and resolder whatever I melted, even though it's been... yeah, I do that too. Yeah, I'm not too... Leeks are messy like that. I don't think I've used leeks before this. Or... not in a long... I think I have, but just a long-ass time ago. So... Still good. Rinse it off. They don't look like they should smell as oniony as they do, though. And it's a nice onion smell, I think. Alright. I washed all these veggies already the other day, so that's why they're all loose. I don't have a problem using the whole cilantro thing because the stems have just as much flavor as the leaves. I actually like to chop the stems up separately because they're extra crunchy, and use just those sometimes because it's like a different, it's the same flavor, it's just a different texture altogether. Ugh. Nothing smells as magical, at least in my opinion, as basil, as fresh basil. But this smell of this, when this smell comes close with the leek, the onion, the parsley, and the cilantro. But here, oh god, Stephen Miller's on the screen. I'm just not gonna say anything. I always get the Italian basil because I literally almost can't tell the difference between the cilantro, the other regular parsley, and cilantro. There we go. Right here. Let's try to get mostly leaves, and then see if we need stems later. I still think they're probably more flavorful. Ah, it smells so good. So one sad thing about cooking shows is you just can't smell it. Like, I really think that probably, like, if recipes don't turn out, they just don't say anything. They're just like, so this smells amazing, and it looks amazing, and it definitely tastes amazing. I think they used something wrong, and they just didn't want to make it again. That's usually the problem. What is this, 16? Oh my god, okay, I think I just need all of it. Alright, hold on. Alright, that's 70. I might not have enough. It's all tangled with the parsley, though. There's a bunch more. Okay, we're good. Let's see. 74. 80. 87. Oh wait, I don't need 100 of this, I only need 50. Oh my god. I'm so tired. It's so stupid. Oh my god. Okay, that's 50. That's why I was like, why has this never been a problem before? Because it's not. I have more than enough cilantro. I should probably use more leaves then. Oh, it's like, this is weird. This is just This problem doesn't register as familiar. Why is that? Keep it fluffy. This is parsley. Yeah, that's parsley. That's cilantro. There's some regular parsley in here. I really like cilantro, so we can have a little extra. No problem. Shouldn't put these in the throwaway pile. These are still good. I'll just put this in the side pile. And then I need 50 grams of parsley. Parsley's a little more robust. Alright. I'm gonna eat my last bell pepper, but I'm going shopping tomorrow. Ooh, roasted red pepper Aldi hummus. We don't have Aldi in Oregon. Makes me sad. Like, not any in the whole state. I didn't realize there were states that didn't have it. Okay. This looks like 50 grams. It is 23. This is good that I measure it instead of eyeballing it then. It's 23 grams. That is not nearly enough. I think next time I'm gonna have to like take my laptop over here and just use a webcam or something, and then I can see my messages on my phone. I need like, or I can use my, maybe I can use my old phone to read messages. It doesn't really work though. But, ooh, $2 hummus. That's good. I've been watching a lot of No Comment Chick. Just because I'm like morbidly invested in this Ethan drama stuff, because I'm just trying to like it doesn't compute at all, and since I have like a parasocial relationship with both parties, like it's very obvious to me like all these things that are lies, and I'm just like trying, like it's really similar to like people I've known in my life, so I'm like, if I can figure this out, I can figure everything else out. Or that's the logic that my brain is using. And, it resets. This asshole. But I hate drama shit. Like, I don't actually like that stuff. I just need to understand how and why, or it's not good though, so I've stayed away from it for a little bit. But at least no comment chick, she's pretty chill, and it's not all like, it's not like hateful, nasty, malicious stuff. It's just like, this is the shit that's going on. Here's the lowdown. You buy brand name hummus for yeah. You can make so much. Let's see, why isn't my... Alright, let me fix my camera a little bit. Ah, that's too much. Ooh, my phone is warm. Alright. So we got all the herbs done. It's fluffy this time. Alright, I'll put you back in the bag. It's probably gonna get loud soon. I need like a little like bin to put on my throwaways. Just put them on a paper towel for now. I don't think I need that anymore. Alright, this is gonna get loud. Okay. Let's get the beans rinsed too. So this is 400 grams of dry fava bean, soaked in water for at least 8 hours. I had it in the fridge, so it's a little bit almost frozen, but you want to rinse the hell out of them because they have like this bubbly. They make like the water sort of foamy and weird, and also cloudy. So you want to rinse the hell out of them until the water's mostly clear, and then you leave them for 8 hours or more. So, but it uses dry beans. It's actually, that's the thing I really like, is the fact that it uses, here, let me find them. It took me a lot. It's hard to find dry fava beans outside of England, I guess, and India and the Middle East. It's a more common old world bean. We don't have it much here. But I found it at a few of the Asian grocers. So, split fava. But that's why I love this, because you just have to have this. And these herbs are really easy to find. So you can make yourself falafel whenever, as long as you have access to those herbs. Let's see. Some social media people like to just organize yeah, like it's almost like a level of safety thing as well, because to know some of these things, because people, like, if you're not careful, you can literally get brigaded or stalked. Like, how much these people are walking. Why does anyone treat them like they should be? Yeah, we have a few good ones around here, too. They're sort of far away, but And they've all been out of kaffir lime leaves. Frozen and fresh. Because I've been wanting to try making Thai tom gai, the lemongrass and chicken coconut soup. And yeah, there's no freaking lime leaves, and that's like an important part. It's sort of like the Thai tom gai is like you pretty much use all of the ingredients that are used for the Thai curry paste just separately, and then you make, that's what infuses the similar flavor to the whole thing. Because there's lemongrass and there's kaffir lime leaf and a Thai chili pepper. Every trans woman streamer I've hung out with since 2018 or something got constantly harassed and stalked by the DEEK community. Yeah, that sounds... Everything I learned about it, it's like everything I learned about that community, it's not good. There's like... Context only makes them look worse. Alright, let me rinse these. Okay. Need a scoop. I have this little scoop. Every time I sort of worry if no, I can fit it in the big one. It's the little one. It's always a pain in the ass. Okay. There's even one recently on SS Small T. It's got much better since he was banned, and there were some moderation improvement. Yeah. I miss the days when I didn't know who that man was. Alright, this is gonna get loud, so turn your volume down. Here, maybe I can put this down so that you can see the spinning, because the spinning looks cool. It's louder. It's gonna be louder though. Here, maybe if I go upside down. This is a great stream. This is an amazing stream. Alright, that's probably the... Oh no, it's not staying up. Okay. Alright. Look at it go! It's not doing shit. This is great. This is just great. Alright. pain in the butt. Alright, I give up. I give up. I'm not gonna do it that low. I guess, yeah. I shouldn't have, like, things dangling off of this. Alright. I think that was... I'm not gonna say anything, because I might jinx it. Alright. Alright, a little better. Wish blenders were omnipotent. Oh, there we go. Are getting pureed. The thing about this batter is I have to leave it in this little, I mean, this container is nice. The food processor has like little lids for it so you can put it in the fridge. And each container has its own blade, so I don't need to use it for like anything else. But it's not an advertisement. I don't even know you can get these anymore. But it needs to be fluffed up every time you fry with it. You want to make falafels, because it's like it gets really dense and pasty, and you want to like stir it. You want to it will actually turn fluffy and creamier textured, and then when you throw it into the hot oil, it puffs up, and so it's not like this dense falafel like chickpea. It's a much more fluffier, sort of cakey falafel. That's pretty tasty too. And yeah, you really can't tell the difference. Hi Vifer. You really can't tell. I really wouldn't have, if nobody told me, I wouldn't know it wasn't chickpea. I like fava bean a lot. That's specifically what makes these Egyptian falafel. Is the fact that they're fava bean. Much easier when you put the herbs in first, though. Yeah. At least this thing is nice because it has this metal piece, so I would put it right up against the wall of the fridge, and it would sort of cool up, conduct enough to cool the whole thing off pretty quickly. Falafel. I'm gonna call it that from now on. Falafel. Love that green color. What if we did liquid gamer coolant for blenders? What is that? Alright, this hot stuff's not going down anymore. Get down there. Oh, liquid cooling systems like for computers. I gotcha. I mean, it does stay relatively cool. I mean, it doesn't... It's getting a little warm, but it's not, like, worrisome or anything. It's, like, lukewarm. Fluff down. Oh, there we go. Get in there. Starting to look right. It looks extra green before you put the veggie, or before you put the... Still looks pretty green after, though. Alright, I think I could put some more beans in here. I just finished watching this series called The Terror. And this first season is, it's like each season's a one-off. And the first season's based on the Franklin expedition. They add some like supernatural elements to it. But it's not annoying like Lost. It doesn't make me want to kill myself in a video game. There's a lot of things wrong with Lost. I shouldn't compare it to that at all. Because it's based on a real event. And we don't know exactly what happened to them besides they all were never rescued and just slowly starved to death and died of scurvy. The mush is real, it's happening. Beans. The mush isn't real, it can't hurt you. I think of like mushrooms. Mushrooms. I'm too mushroom brain. There's a lot of rain though lately and it hasn't been super cold. So it might be getting to the good springtime mushrooms. Did you hear? Oh, the tornado outbreak? Mushrooms aren't real. You know, I heard about it. It's more the southeast, though. The southeast usually, like, when I lived in Oklahoma, my ex would storm chase and stuff, and so, like, the storm season would always start in the southeast, but every year now it's, like, historic. That's the problem. Oh, you had golf ball hail? I hope your car's okay. The visuals are frozen? Oh, I was just that still. Sorry. I work with power tools that like Fossil Prep. All my experience is like with vibrating power tools. So I guess I'm really good at holding my hand still while something is just violently shaking. When I worked like as like the zoo animal specimen behind the, not even behind the glass, just in front of visitors, hear people wondering to themselves if I was like a mannequin. Like if I was a robot or something. Because no part of me would be moving except my hand, and only visible under the microscope, because I had to be really still and careful. But then so many people would be like, is that an animatronic? I'm just like, what the fuck? You're a car. It's a many-ton steel pan. It is a running theme for you, yeah. You gotta stay really still. That's just how it works. Really tiny, precise movements. If only I could deal with like any kind of blood and gore, I could actually like have like money, because I could be a doctor, like a surgeon or something. Nope, I gotta prep fossils, which doesn't have a job anymore. Got any other robot powers? A Siemens SD. I mean, everything in science is probably going to be automated soon, and then science is going to go down the shitter, because critical thinking doesn't happen with AI. I'm a grumpy McGrumperson. Alright. And also cringe, but I'm free. I am free. Let's drain these some more. Where's the thing? I lost some. I always do this. Bean person. I do not like the texture of most. That's why it's nice. That's why chickpeas and fava beans are so nice. They have like their texture isn't super squishy, but it isn't super firm either. It's like pretty much the one texture I could stand. Because the flavor of, maybe not the flavor of every bean. I like the flavor of black bean, but I hate the texture. There's black bean falafel? Oh. I'm not sure. Yeah, I like black bean burgers. But I don't know if I could deal with it being the main, like, it's also the color really freaks me out, I'm not gonna lie. Any kind of food that's gray or grayscale or black it just doesn't seem organic. They'd probably be good mixed. I mean, this uses a lot of like herbs and stuff that go well with black beans as well. Smelling really good. This recipe is I'm using literally the Twitch the Twitch mobile app. I should download some more like Streamlabs stuff again, so I could put stuff on the screen. But this recipe is from YouTube. It's from a channel called Middle Eats. I really recommend the channel. It's a great channel. He makes all sorts of great food. And him and his wife, like, they test, like, this falafel recipe was, like, from a bunch of, like, experiments to see, like, the perfect ratio of all these things. They, like, make a whole bunch and then test between them and make, like, the best most optimized recipes, and this is one of them. And this is on the channel. It's the Egyptian falafel. This stream has quickly become a QTE minigame for me to lower the volume. I'm glad. Alright. I love mini games. It's pretty much how I get through my day when I leave the house. That's why I like when they started making the self-checkout at this one place I go for only people with 10 items or less. It made me really sad. To talk to someone now. Or I can just keep going in and out of the store just buying 10 things. I was in front of the thing and this lady comes up to me and she counts the stuff in my cart and there's 12 things and she's like, go to the register. And all the registers had like 8 people waiting and there was a bunch of self-checkouts just open. And I'm like, what the fuck? Groceries, like, self-checkout, like, czar. 12. She had to look really hard to make sure that there was more than 10. Vaccine earlier. I'm really proud. I sort of had a meltdown at the store though, but that's because the guy was like, I can't give you it because it's too early. You don't need one. And I'm like, it says every 6 months, minimum 2 months. And he's like, well, you don't need one. And I'm like, I do. I'm moving in with someone. There's a possibility, so it's just like I need to be extra protected. It's like I don't. And then he's like, oh, do you have, like, we can only do it if you're immunocompromised. I'm like, I've never had this problem before. And I'm like, so I forget which one that, I don't have, like, official diagnoses, or I might now, because I've gone to a bunch of doctors. But I have POTS and possibly MCAS. I think it's actually MCAS, that's the one. But I told him POTS, and he's like, He's being such a dickwad. He's like, but you checked no on instead of yes, and like printed it out and showed me where it said no instead of yes, and like circled it. And I'm like, okay, dude, sorry. Like, I and I'd come there with my little piece of paper and my big my big fungus plush because I can't deal with that. Or because I have a lot of medical trauma, so I literally like have a little piece of paper that just says, because I'm usually having trouble being verbal or not like sort of blabbering, and so it says just like please don't show me the needle, please don't describe the procedure, please understand that I'm probably going to have trouble speaking a lot, that I'm really agitated, and so it's just like agitating me. like like I didn't put medical abuse on there because that's part of it, like trauma, but yeah, trauma is still like not like horrible like sexual abuse or anything, but still abuse. Yeah, after they dropped support for COVID, they said it, yeah, and I guess maybe it wasn't, I don't know if it's covered or not. Maybe it's not anymore by my insurance or by any insurance, so like it's not even free for people. I don't know. I used to not have insurance because I was doing so poorly this time last year, but I think that since I got it though, I think they've gotten rid of the free stuff unless you have at least like basic healthcare through the state. Like you still need healthcare though. So if you're like homeless and you don't have an address to get things mailed to, then you can't have even the basic insurance that's free for anyone that's homeless. Then it's just like fuck you and your immunity, I guess. I wonder if it might have something to do with just the new administration as well. Maybe some new things came out where it's just like nothing's covered anymore. I don't know. I mean, a lot of the stuff with COVID was taken away with Biden. Like, it's no fucking different. It's just accelerated now. That's the only difference. It's accelerationist to have voted for Biden. Just not as badly as for Trump, but they're both accelerationist choices if you want to leave it at that. Now I'm just ranting. Yeah, healthcare wasn't like people smile, yeah. I will give Obama this. He got rid of he did a lot of fuck the guy, but he got rid of pre-existing conditions, which is the bane of anyone's existence who needs healthcare. Like, that is one thing that I cannot not give to him. It's because I remember my mom couldn't get insurance when I was a kid because she had if she came off her insurance, she had too many pre-existing conditions, like mental health conditions and stuff, that she couldn't get back onto it. And without it being like so expensive per month that she couldn't even afford to go to the doctor anyway. And so she actually would go off of her medication and for years to try and like get it off her record. And so it's just like, that's not helping anyone. It's not. Like, this is, and it was still like, even when she did get like back onto it, it was just still like taking every single ounce of cash. And so it's just, and this was like in the 90s when it was not as bad as now, because it's sort of when the Reagan, it's right after Reagan started that downhill dive, like super downhill dive. So it's part of that. Yeah, then again, America is behind like everyone in the world. Yes, that too. So it's like, it's not good enough, but it's better than before. And it's like a degree better than before, I would say, because I feel like I don't know how true this is. It might have just been hearsay, but I remember there being like, there's a point where some some insurance companies considered spousal abuse, like when it was known and there was a history of it, as a pre-existing condition. Therefore, like injuries from spousal abuse would not be covered by insurance if your spouse is, if there's records of it happening before, like you should know better or something. And like pregnancy is a pre-existing condition. Like if you don't have insurance and you get pregnant, fuck you. And yeah, a lot of the mental health conditions, it's just like these people are too high risk to insure, and so let's just make them not be insured and not be on their medication. It doesn't make sense. And also, most mentally ill people are not high risk people. Most mentally ill people are at risk of being killed by someone than killing someone else. Because it's, yeah. Reagan's campaign found out how easy it was to abuse the Electoral College. And gerrymandering focus group studies, and Clinton also abused that. Makes sense if they don't care about lives. Yeah. And it's all about math. Like, when I took my ecology class in undergrad, which was one of my required courses, we had to take, like, a course on structure and function, so it was, like, different comparative anatomy of animals and animal tissues and plant tissues. And then we had to take evolution and genetics, and then we had to take ecology. Those were like the 3 core courses for my integrative biology degree. And we used these complex equations in my ecology lab. Like, they gave us like a list of people. Like we did like a population curve. Like, we calculated all that stuff out using actual people for data, like at the turn of the century when there's a lot higher infant mortality rates and stuff. And it was and so like you could sort of calculate, like, we actually like calculated the carrying capacity and shit of like human beings, which is sort of unethical, but it was to learn the math. But the fun thing that I learned about that entire thing was that those complex equations weren't developed by biologists or ecologists. They were developed by insurance companies, because they were the ones that had the amount of people and the funding to actually focus enough to get, like, more complex shit than people who just walk through the forest all day. Because, no offense to my fellow biologists, but we all have to admit, we're not that good with math. There's some, but like, especially when you're like further in your research, like or just in your age, like it's further away from having done anything else besides your interest in research areas. You just your brain just loses it. But it's easy to pick back up if you are like statistics. Just learn the one that you need to do for your own like study, and then fuck the rest. Because they could just focus their whole campaign on the right, like a few thousand swing voters. Oh god. Liz Cheney, that'll do it. That'll raise the masses. Alright, I'm getting angry. It's probably cooled off a little bit. Even like this gets warm too. So I'm probably just gonna blend this tonight. I'm not gonna make any falafels today. That way I don't have to mix it completely on here. I can do some of it later as well, because this is going to take a little bit more than I probably think. Thank you for joining me and playing that mini game. It sort of funnels things down from like the outside in and then down and back out again. So I think I need to put everything like swoosh it up here. It's already smelling great. It smells so much better when you put the spices in though. I want to at least get it pasty enough to get the spices in and just incorporate it and let it sit in the fridge overnight and just everything's better if you like make it the night, or not everything, but a lot of things are better when you either make them the night before or you make like the mix beforehand or like really early and let it sit, because then the spices will sort of absorb more into the rest of the ingredients. So a lot of things are better that way. I think this is one of them. Alright. Honestly, the Thai curry is another one, actually. It's good right after you make it, but it's much better the next day. Oh, I just realized something. I'm making today is St. Patrick's Day, and I'm making 2 foods that are very green. And that's not even on purpose. This is just the shit that I normally eat. And I'm wearing my green hoodie. So, my Green Mushroom Festival hoodie. That's cool. Alright. Accidentally did things right. Green's my favorite color too. I don't own much green. I don't own many clothes. I sort of didn't bring any with me when I came here. I was like in a really bad mental state. I gained a lot of weight, so I just didn't fit in any of them. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm just packing like pajamas. And then as soon as I got here, the pandemic started. So I'm like, I don't need to buy clothes now. It's pajamas all the time, baby. This is my kind of world. Besides the fear of dying all the time and not knowing anything about the illness that's going around. But other than that, there you are, right? Your arm really is confusingly still. This is what happens. Like, I've been living alone for 5 years now. So, like, nobody says anything because nobody else is here to notice. I lived with a dog for 3 years. So I'm actually, and she was more like human, and I'm more like a dog now. I think that's pretty much what I'm getting at. Glad you see what I mean. This is my trick. This is my skill. I forgot I made that emote, the white people tornado. It's perfect actually now. I should see how many people may be using it for spring. I generally don't like sit down to make emotes ever. I'll just come up with an idea and then I can't leave the computer until I make it. And it's not so often, but when it is, I make like the Kaya emote and things like that. Her birthday emote was something I did sit down and make, but I still made it pretty early, but it was something that I was sort of planning, so it's not my best work. But I wanted to make her a new one for her second birthday, since she is a little bit bigger. Thank you for loving my emotes. I sort of just used them to like, I was making them also to like learn how to edit GIFs and animate things as well, so it's really, you could probably tell my earlier work is so shoddy, but I was so proud of it because I always wanted an editing program for GIFs and stuff, so like, and then I got this Asaprite on Steam for like $10 or something, and I think it was even on sale. Excuse me. And it's really good. It's pixel stuff too. I've been making emotes the past half a year. It's fine. Making GIFs from sprite sheets for use in OBS. It's fun. On GIMP, which is probably terrible. GIMP is I sort of made it this weird, like, Luddite goal of mine when I found out about GIMP, to just never have it. Never even have, like, Photoshop or, like, even a pirated copy of Photoshop. Because I know that just with how much time I would spend simply in Paint on my computer, even in, like, 2004, I would never leave my computer if I had, like, Photoshop. I just wouldn't. Which maybe would have been, like, a good thing, actually. I might have some skills that might be useful. But, yeah, like, having photo editing, or any kind of, yeah, it's the overwhelming amount of choice. That's why I actually preferred using MS Paint, and I would actually, like, color over photographs with actual just MS Paint colors and make these sort of, like, blocky, color blocky looking art images out of it that I just did for fun because it was like a repetitive thing, and like that's I'd spend like hours on that. I use this free web-based rip of Photoshop, which is nice. Yeah, and there's like so many other programs too. So editing GIFs though was a lot more obscure back in like the early 2000s. Now it's like a lot of the programs do most of the heavy lifting for you. Alright. We're getting close. Furry artist art denied. I just noticed that one. I did get a drawing tablet for really cheap on Amazon years ago, and I've never tried using it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That looks so good. Oh my god. It smells so good. See how fluffy it is? And this will get, like, it'll sort of deflate if it sits too long. And he mentions that in the recipe. Because this is like really popular Egyptian street food, so they'll have it in like this thing that's always stirring it so that it keeps it fluffy. Got a $30 tablet. Yeah, I got a $27 something or other I've never tried using it, like, yeah, my anxiety and sort of burnout over the last decade plus has made me really afraid of new things, like, even things that I know I will enjoy. I think it's, like, I think it's just part of the overwhelm. Um, but I might do, like, I've been thinking of, like, doing streams where I just try things out. So I might try, like, using the tablet for, or the right drawing tablet for, like like a fun stream, just like checking it out for the first time. Um, like, I'm weird. I don't use a mouse. I got used to having. My grandpa bought me this Dell computer for undergrad, and it came with this little tiny ass USB mouse that was like a pain in the ass to use. It was just cute and travel. And so I just didn't use a mouse. I used the touchpad, and I got so used to it. That's still all I use, even when I make art. Like, all of my emotes, I I didn't use a tablet, I didn't use a mouse, I just used my touchpad, because I just have that kind of dexterity, because I'm so used to it now. It's like a extension of my hands, which is how I probably think it would feel to use, like, a drawing tablet. You were conditioned towards it once? Yeah, and I wonder, like, I've wondered if, I like, looked into it, like, can you play, like, first-person shooters and stuff with drawing tablets? And I've actually found a few people who have. And a lot of people are like, yeah, that's really, really hard. But I'm like, I feel like it would be way easier. I don't have good aim with an analog stick, because that's not something I have as much, uh, or a mouse, because that's not something that I have as much experience with. But I have very steady hands, so I could have really good aim with a tablet, probably better than an analog stick. So, trackballs? Oh yeah. Ah, like the ThinkPads that had, like, the little clip mouse in the middle. Those were annoying. They were sort of helpful, but I could never get used to using that kind of thing. I feel like a trackball is just a larger version of that. But who knows? I gotta try it first. Alright, I think it's cooled a little bit. It's getting warm now. But we're getting close to done, and then I can put the seasonings in and put this in the fridge. I saw, like, one whole bean. It was just taunting me. It's like, haha, not fully mixed yet, bitch. Sorry. People clitty. There are also those old laptop little, they kind of look like nipples. Yeah, the clip mouse, that's what I'm talking about. That's what all my friends called it. The ThinkPad clip mouse. It's weird though. It's still not as precise. Like, I like the idea that I could actually, like, move my finger around, or a mouse, or like a stylus around on a mini, like, a sort of a mini version of the screen I'm looking at. Though it's not how trackpads actually work, because you can move it multiple times, but mentally that's how it sort of feels. I think I can. Alright, I'll do one more blend, and then I'll put the spices in. And then I'll get this in the fridge. And then tomorrow maybe tomorrow I'll fry them. Or if I really want falafel after I'm done with the curry, I'm probably gonna eat curry though today. Even though I could, because otherwise if I want the falafel, I'm gonna have to make the cucumber sauce. And I've got all the stuff for that. But that's just a third thing that I probably don't want to make tonight. So tomorrow I will fry the falafel and also make the cucumber sauce. And the recipe is also from Middle Eats, and it's actually a Turkish one. It's called chachik, a Turkish chachik, and it's pretty much it's cucumber sauce. I don't know what makes it different than Greek cucumber sauce, so don't come at me. I'm not saying that they're both the same. I just don't know the difference. So, the rivalry remains. Out of the blender, watch out. Alright. Oh, that looks good. See how creamy and blended that is? That's looking good. Alright. Space time. I need garlic. Get my little garlic pumpkin out. Oh, I've got an open one here. Ah, you've sprouted. That's fine. As long as they're not super wrinkly and like eaten up by the sprouts. Now it says 4 cloves of garlic, so I'm just gonna say that I'm not a fan of garlic, so let's put a few in here. Here's the trick to peeling garlic really fast if you don't want to slice it up. Even if you do, honestly. Oh, this one peeled itself. Okay, this isn't the trick. This isn't the trick. It just came off. Alright. Nope, that's not the trick. So you cut off the bottoms. Okay, they're good. And I think, yeah, they're completely... The trick is you smush them. But they're already peeled. So... When you smush it, it comes off really easy. But I think probably because they're sprouting, they might have shrunk a little bit. And that's why they're coming out really easily now. It's a nice little one. Sucks because my camera's like blocking the light exactly where I need to like work. The kids don't want to peel themselves anymore. Smoosh your garlic. Yeah. Even smooching it though, you can still slice it up and mince it. It's so much easier. Yeah, I think because these are sprouted, they're coming out much easier than normal. Is that good? That part is. I don't think it's bad. It's just. Oh, that's interesting. It's got like a little like bulb in it. Like an onion. It's like red like an onion. It's weird. Alright. Garlics. Garlic in. Yeah, it really, you can smell them. The smashing them is so good for that too. Because that's how this the Allison and garlic, or Alicin and garlic gets released. Cell breakdown. Yeah, and we can't break down plant cells, so we might as well do it mechanically. Let me just make sure I didn't. Okay. Alright, let's see. What else do I need? Dried coriander. I need 2 teaspoons. Here's my cumin. Here's my coriander. I can't fit the 1 teaspoon in here, so I gotta put the half in. Okay, 2 teaspoons. So, what can I use? This works. Half a teaspoon. I like coriander. It's just dried cilantro. 1 teaspoon. It's 1.5 teaspoons. Put it everywhere. 2 teaspoons. Just a little extra for safe measure. Alright, 2 teaspoons of coriander, 1 teaspoon of cumin, different parts of the same plant. Oh, okay. Oh, the coriander's the seed, isn't it? It's a little bit more savory. Yeah, because when they talk about it fresh, they talk about fresh, they still call it coriander in Britain, in England. And so, it confuses me. Half a teaspoon cumin. And then, got it everywhere. I am not good at life. This smells like I think there's a lot of cumin in taco seasoning, because that's what this smells like. It reminds me of. Alright, and then 1 teaspoon cayenne. Half a teaspoon. 1 teaspoon. A little more. I like spicy. Cayenne, and then 2.5 teaspoons of salt. Coriander seed and cilantro leaves and stem, yeah. I love cumin. When I was homeless for a while, I legit used it to carry around a spice bottle. Oh, yeah. People who don't use spices should be put in jail. Okay. 2.5 teaspoons. Oh, I got a bunch of seeds in there. Those are poppy seeds. From this being a poppy seed thing. Oh well. 1 teaspoon. 1.5. It's just 2. 2.5. Hopefully the top has cooled down a little bit. This is the other half that makes it smell like falafel. Like the herbs and all the fresh herbs that go into it, it smells like falafel, and then you put this in and it's like, oh, it's perfect. If only we had smell-o-vision. It's on right, but whatever. Oh, hey, Emma. Science Master Ka. What is... It's clearly not on. And that's everything for Egyptian falafel. So this is the Middle Eats recipe on the Middle Eats YouTube channel. So just gotta get this spices incorporated into the batter and then set it in the fridge overnight. Probably that I'll fluff it up again for tomorrow so it'll get even more incorporated. Just a tad. Toasty. Alright, I think that's probably good for now. Everything everything's at least incorporated. Maybe not fully blended in, but that will happen when I make it tomorrow. And I have to reblend it to get it fluffy. My food processor will not be hot. There's no oil or anything in this. It's just the fresh herbs and then the seasoning. Though the cucumber sauce actually has a little olive oil in it. And lemon juice. And I have these nice pita breads to make my Sammys, falafel Sammys. I don't have any fresh tomato. Yeah, this is a nice little cover, and then I just put this shit in my fridge. Okay. I still have so many leeks. I have a surplus of leeks. And a ton of fucking basil. But this is for the end. This is for, you don't put the basil until the end in Thai curry, but I gotta wash some basil. I gotta wash some of the English basil. I'm a white person, so I have a thing for regular English garden basil being in my Thai curry. Because I like it a lot. And that's what I used when I first started making this before I could get Thai basil, which is the majority of what I use. But I like to have both. Because it has I feel like it has a little bit more of a spiciness to it, if that's the right word. It has a little bit more bite, in my opinion. Or maybe the Thai basil I'm getting is just bad. I don't think so, though. The place I go, the Asian grocery I go to is just like the nicest produce of any place I've ever been. Okay. First I need to cut up the chicken. So I should go make some rice too. Well, I can do that while the curry's simmering. But, I hate raw meat. So I'm probably gonna have to put these back in the fridge, or put these over here. Or no, I'll just put it back in the fridge, whatever. So I don't cross-contaminate. I got a shit ton of peppers. Ooh, pita. Have you ever tried a falafel pita with honey? No, I haven't. I'm intrigued. I actually got a chicken Sammy from KFC the other day. And it had to be like covered in this hot honey or whatever, because that was the coupon I had. And I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. Honey and savory things is a vibe. So I can very much see that being really good. It's really good on fried chicken. Alright. So I'm gonna put this down. Life. Honey. Alright. Okay, so let's see. sort of wing it when I make this Thai curry a little bit, so I'm trying to calculate some things. Well, let's start with the raw chicken. So I did something different the last time I made Thai curry. And I marinated the chicken in fish sauce. I tried something different actually the second to last time I made Thai curry, where I put the whole tenders in because I was lazy. So I was like, what if I just put the whole tenders in and then cut them up later? And they were just dry as fuck, so don't do that. So now, the last time I tried it, I cut it up. It's better to use thigh meat, but I'm not a big red meat fan for chicken. But it's actually best to cut it up first. And then just marinate it. It's because fish sauce is salty, so it's what when you make curry. Oh god, I'm getting juices everywhere. When you make Thai curry, the saltiness comes from the fish sauce, and the sweetness comes from the palm sugar or the brown sugar if you don't have palm sugar. So the chicken, marinating the chicken in fish sauce is adding the same kind of salt to it. I should probably not cut them into too small pieces because they do get really small. But you also just put them in at the end after everything else is cooked. But I at least use breast tenderloins because they are more tender. That's good to go. Yeah, I prefer to use a separate cutting board for my chickens. I'll still disinfect the bottom one when I'm done. But raw chicken always grosses me out. That's why I'm wearing the gloves, because I'm a fucking wuss. It's a texture thing. It's texture and the coldness of it. Ugh. It almost makes me not want to eat it. I don't eat much meat anymore, though. This is actually the majority of it. Otherwise, I'm eating veggie pizzas, grilled cheese. Because a lot of processed chicken is just straight gross. I actually prefer to just not have any meat at all then. I got like some Tyson chicken tenders. Actually, I don't know if they're, I don't think they're, what is it? What is the, I can't remember the fucking, the diverse, I keep thinking DEI instead of like the divestment thing. My brain is so fucking broken. Sorry, I can't look at the chat right now. Because I can't scroll. But, I keep thinking diversity, equity, and inclusion. Well, anyway, Tyson is shit, so I like found like a gross piece in the first chicken tender I heated up. I'm like, this was a mistake. And this curry recipe can really easily be made vegan by just not having meat in it. And then using a vegan curry paste. Maisery is a vegan brand, so I've used that before. I didn't even know it was vegan when I used it. It's very good, so I recommend it. I think here's the tendon. It's a little chicken meat piece out. Oh shit, you can't even see. Alright, I do have to move it. BDS. Okay, that's what it is. And the second thing I was thinking of was OBS. It's just, that's not normal either. So, oh my god. Okay, it's staying. I don't have to touch it with my gloves. But, yeah, use a different protein in here, like tofu. Or if you don't eat like red meat or chicken and you do eat fish or whatever, scallops is a good one. I think there's also like salmon curry. I've seen it, I think, on the menu at some places. I'm not sure how that would work. I like salmon because it's a bit like the red meat of the fish world. So like in regards to Thai curry, I always think of a type of white meat with it. Even though there's lots of beef curry, I haven't eaten red meat or beef since 2001. So 24 years. I think that's good. Alright, let's get this out. Put these in the thing. BDS. Boiled chicken chunks, and I throw them in my... Do you ever watch Apollo and Friends, the African grey parrot that... I know what you're talking about. I haven't watched it in a while. It's hard for me to watch it. I try not to keep up with too many pet channels, because, like, if anything happens to them... Like, I already am so parasocially worried about Kaya. Like, when I don't see her for a long time in the background, I'm worried she's, like, outside and, like, drowning in the pool or something. Like, I need to be, like, her. I need to be her bodyguard. I would take a bullet for that dog. She is precious and she must be protected. Free Kaya. She's the best. She's the only dog that I have now, so she is my main concern. She's not really my dog, but parasocially she is. She's so good though. She acts so much like Maisie did. I don't think I realized how smart and well, not even trained. Maisie wasn't really trained. She was just. I was just considerate of her, and she was considerate of me. That's the best way I can explain it. Doesn't make sense otherwise. We were good roommates. Easy snoot. She was the best. But Kaya's so sweet. Oh my gosh. And I watched Kaya grow up while Maisie was still alive. Maisie got to see Kaya, though she probably had no idea.
I know she would have liked Kaya though. Especially since Kaya's like a big puppy. She took a... Maisie always liked puppies. Because she was sort of a little bit like one herself. I don't think she fully grew up. Or I don't think... Actually, I think it's more like she just didn't have a puppy stage. Like she wasn't allowed. So she would get it out with playing around with them. She's also super maternal. I did not know dogs could just not give a shit about small animals, like to the point that they avoid them, much less like seek out watching them. She was silly. These are really small pieces, but I am gonna cut this. I am going to separate this up into a lot of portions for meal prep, so I don't want to get pieces of the glove in there. My finger's not anywhere near the knife, it's just the glove is long. Alright. Here we go. Oh, this is nasty. Okay. That goes in there. Then I will rinse this all in the sink. And then take these gloves off. Well, I'll take off one glove. Because I need to... Okay, that's better. Okay. We're back. Oh shit, we're not back. We're back. Okay. Alright. So, I don't... Where is my fish sauce? What the fuck? Alright. Squid brand. This is the fish sauce I use. This is a good fish sauce. Don't want to use too much because I need it for my recipe. Okay. Just enough to coat it. And that's it, just fish sauce. I think it tenderizes it a little bit too. I may be just making that up, but the pieces seemed more tender. Maybe it's just because they were more flavorful. Alright, that should be good. Ugh, it smells sort of gross. The fish sauce, I mean. Okay, I'll put this in the fridge to marinate. And then I will wash up. Okay. Gross, 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 gross. I'll put this just that, like, I was really depressed when I was at a lot of my old apartments and living with other people, because if they didn't cook a lot, they didn't keep the kitchen clean, and then I couldn't cook a lot, and they didn't realize that. It was, like, slowly killing me, that I couldn't cook. But, a big part of cooking, in my opinion, is having an open sink. Like, people, foul bachelor frogs, includes me in the past, who've just left shit just all in their sink and just put it off and put it off and put it off. And the sink, like, I didn't realize this until, like, I realized once I had a clear sink and I could use it while I was cooking. The sink is a fucking kitchen appliance, and it's a necessary one. You need to move back and forth between the sink while you're cooking. You need to do a lot of things. and you need to use it. It needs to be free and open to be able to do those things. Like, I rinsed all my beans in there. Now I'm disinfecting the tiny cutting board, and also cleaning this one off so it's disinfected. Like, having an open and clean sink is something that I think a lot of people who don't cook take for granted. Because it is a kitchen appliance. It is a cooking utensil. In my humble opinion. And I didn't realize that till I had it back and like available. So it's actually helped motivate me to keep my dishes cleaner, because I like having an open sink that's not gross, that if I drop a piece of food in the bottom of it, I'm not disgusted by the idea of taking it back out and eating it. It is actually not gross. It is actually kept very clean, and I wash it all the time, like that kind of thing. And it's wonderful. Not keeping this sink... Yeah, and it was just... Yeah, not keeping it clear. And yeah, I didn't realize how important it was until I like got really behind on my dishes. And then I lived with people that just didn't care. My partner moved out after we broke up mutually, and I will say I'm so glad the sink is more clear. She's not good at cleaning her utensils. Yeah. And I like also have my different routines. Like, I'm still not good at cleaning up after myself at all. But I'm doing it a lot more now that I'm doing just everything a lot more, because it's becoming more normalized for me again. It's becoming a habit. But I generally still, like, I will clean as I go a little bit, because that just makes sense. Then you can reuse some utensils and things like that. But, additionally, it's just, like, hold on. But initially, I prefer to, like, leave everything for the next day, and then when I wake up, I just sort of throw everything away and then wash the little things. But hopefully I got this disinfected. And then I gotta wash my hands. Life, you know. Always remember to clean the handles. Especially when you're dealing with raw chicken and stuff, always make sure to clean the handle, because I handled it with my nasty chicken hands. At least, though my grandma used to like yell at me for using a longer knife. Uh-oh. Where did my chat go? Show chat. Okay. My grandma used to yell at me, or not longer knife, a longer spoon, because she's like, it's more to wash. I'm like, it's just like an inch more of handle. What? At least for my thing, I wouldn't let the sink become gross. I just have to clean their stuff for them. Oh. Yeah, it's like when they, yeah. If I don't eat, I also don't let it, like, if I leave something for a while, I re-empty it and refill it every single day, so it never gets, that's the nastiest thing, is when there's, like, stuff growing in the fucking, oh, that, it's been a long time since I've had to deal with that. That was something I had to deal with my first live-in partner. And his mom, because his mom just wouldn't do anything. She'd leave, like, food on the, she'd leave food on the stove in the thing, not even covered, overnight, and then eat it the next day. I don't know how she's alive. like meat, like cutlets. She would like fry meat cutlets and shit. And they'd just be sitting on the stove just overnight. And then the next day they'd see like one of them would be missing and I'd be like, oh my god, she's still eating them. Like, did they not have frickin' refrigerators and electricity in Poland? I don't understand. Okay. Alright. Let's get the veggies chopped up. This is gonna hurt my eyes. Let's get this done quick. These little things, this little like skin that's in the onion, I say this every time, it's 1 cell thick. You usually look at it in a lot of science classes. So onion skins are 1 cell thick, so they look really cool under a microscope. ASMR onion peeling. Yes. It does have this like satisfying crunchiness to it. But yeah, 1 cell thick, this little like film. You probably learned it. I say it every single time I use any kind of onion in my cooking, and I'm doing it on a stream. It's just teach your brain. There might be someone watching that didn't know that, I taught them to, but the people that I know and love will hear it for the 8 millionth time. And they're the ones that truly suffer. I like to just make big old chunks, because then the onion cuts itself up with the slices. Though I should probably get that part off. But yeah, these will shrink a little bit when it cooks as well. If you don't separate the onion too much, it doesn't actually hurt your eyes, but I just did, and now it does. So that's fun. Just this middle part out. Okay. That veggie is done. Stop hurting my eyes. You go under there. Alright, how many jalapenos? Like, look at this shit. This is the smallest the jalapenos come. It's $1.76. I don't need this many jalapenos. I have so many leeks. I have so many. I'm not complaining I'm like, it's a good problem to have, but I hate wasting food. That's my problem. It has the same conversation. That's me when I get drunk too. And just normally. It's like I'm in training if she gets dementia. My lord. It's true though. I mean, I assume the brain pathways with that are not too dissimilar. It's stuff that's firing that you've fired before. Let's see. Holy shit! That is a big fucking jalapeno. And this one's all rotted on the tip, so I'm not gonna use that. These are all good quality though. Like, you'd think that they would put them in this thing to, like, hide the ones that are bad. But no. There's just this one's tip. And the rest of it's fine. There's still better ones than I get loose at the regular store. Alright, how many should I use? I don't want to use the Does bigger mean spicier or no? Just sorting peppers. Oh, this one's got the tip of it dud too. Let's see. Okay, it's fine on. It's fine otherwise. Okay. Jalapeno chopping ASMR. There's some chompers. Touch the inside of the pepper because I will rub my eyes later. Let's put one. Depends how spicy they are. Oh, they're not spicy at all. Sometimes the jalapenos are like, they will kick your ass. Jalapenos have a very They have a very broad range of spiciness levels. But not by a lot. Yeah. And also there's this big white pith in here, so I'm probably gonna have to get rid of most of that. I mean, the seeds are also spicy, but I generally will leave them in. Yeah, this is one of the slices that I want to get. Maybe I should just use all of them and get the nice slices without the white chunks in the middle. That's an idea. They still smell like green peppers. Alright, I'll just use all of them. Or almost all of them. I don't think I need that giant one. We'll cut the tip off of this guy. I just keep these in little coin slices. I like that shape for when they incorporate. They get really squishy. I probably leave them in too long. Should maybe try. They might get squishy also from freezing, because this stuff freezes well. My hands are covered in jalapeno juice. I am going to wipe my eyes later and it's going to be painful. It's just an inevitability at this point. Love this knife. It was a good purchase. I think it's like $10 too at the Asian grocer. Because I always wanted the like big square flat knife, because then you can do that thing where you scoop things up. And I wanted to do that thing. It looked helpful. For, I mean, green curry is always already a little spicy. I got these for Thai Kam Kai, or Tom Kha Gai. That's what it is, not Thai. Tom Kha Gai, yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna cut this in half and use it as a spice in the curry. Most things you want to harvest before they get too mature, because they generally develop their get stringier and tougher. The Country Life Log Lady is such an awesome big square knife. Yeah, this is like a kiwi brand made in Thailand, and it has a cute little kiwi like thing on it. And I'll just put these back in the fridge. Okay. And then we're almost ready to start. Where did I put my can of, oh, here it is. Okay, so this is the canned stuff that we need. We're using coconut milk. I'm making a quadruple recipe because this is meal prep. So this is going to feed me for the rest of the month. For some of my meals. So, normally a single recipe would be half of this can. But I'm using 2 cans. And I'm using a whole can of bamboo. Maybe I'll use more bamboo than jalapeno. We'll see. I like bamboo a lot. And so it's really good in this. I like the little rectangular slices. It absorbs the flavor really well. Like I like water chestnuts too for their texture, but they don't take in flavor very well. Bamboo shoots too, though. Or maybe I just like the flavor of them better, just by themselves too. So this is what bamboo looks like. And I think it's just like it's literally like the fresh grown part of the shoot that you eat. Okay. Alrighty. This one's relatively clean, it just has oil on it. Okay. Alright. So first things first, I'm going to heat. So the first thing you do, and then while I'm heating this coconut milk, oh, I forgot to, I should mince some garlic. While I'm heating this coconut milk, I'll make the rice as well. Different sources say different things. Like the can of curry paste here says to stir fry that in oil, I believe. Whereas the recipes that I followed say you want to break the coconut milk first before stirring in the curry paste. But regardless, you have to do something called breaking the coconut milk, which means heating it at a high temperature for a long enough time that it starts to separate the milk, like curds and whey almost. So you'll get like almost like milk solids, and then like a separate coconut oil. And so you do that for some of the coconut milk, and then you put the rest in. And so having that like coconut oil as well as the coconut milk really helps the flavor. Like the oil will have all of the chili paste like seasonings in it and stuff too. So it's It's a way to really get the flavor throughout, and it makes it much better. It's more savory. You have those like thin pools of oil just over the top. The only time I really got that really well, I think, was when I was living with a gas stove. So I think it needs to be relatively high temperature. So I'm just gonna saute a little garlic. I think you break it with the paste and the milk. I could be wrong, but I'll go check the video real quick. So the video I'm using my own base recipe, but also I'm going by the instructions of a channel called Palin's Kitchen, or Pylin's Kitchen. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, so I don't want to ruin it. But it's a Hot Thai Kitchen is the name of her cooking show on there, and it's really good. She's got a lot of, oh, I got this stupid things in the, it's got a lot of videos, a lot of good stuff. So I'm going to use a neutral oil. Just stir fry these a little bit. Alright, I'll turn that on medium heat. Sarah Palin's Kitchen, I know. Yeah, a can of butter, lots of fat soluble things. Because that's like a thing that's one thing I really noticed with Chinese cooking is the chili oils. Like they'll take a bunch of, or seasoning oils, and it's in a lot of East Asian cooking too. Like you just take a bunch of spices and you pour hot oil in them. And then it just infuses the oil, and then you use that to cook your food. It's such a good idea. Alright, I'm gonna go check this recipe. Let's see. Alrighty. Okay, so I'll reduce the coconut milk first, and then I will put the paste in it, and then stir fry it in the paste for a little bit. Just make it so this is fragrant. It made me so sad when Sarah Palin came out, because like before that the only Palin I knew was Michael Palin from Monty Python, and she like soured his name. I'm very mad at her. I also didn't know how to pronounce his name until she came around. I used to say Paulin, like Palin. Oh, I should get the palm sugar. I actually got palm sugar. Uh-oh, where is it? Where the fuck did I put it? Oh, we're sizzling. Okay. It's fragrant. I'll take it off the heat real quick. Open up the can of coconut milk. Oh, look at the cream on top of that. It's just solid. Okay. And then we will reduce this whole can. As much as I can. Just get it everywhere. Because that's how I do things. It smells so good though. I love coconut so much. I had no idea that, like, I was like 22 or something when I first tried Thai curry. Or 21, no, 22, yeah. I did not try much ethnic food before I, like, finished undergrad. Besides what I got in undergrad, which was mostly just a bunch of food, Korean food my old roommate used to make. Like, I didn't try sushi or Indian food or anything. Like, I was very sheltered. But when I tried this for the first time, it was so good. And then I couldn't find it, like, the way I liked it anywhere else. So I had to learn how to make it. Palin dropped a stinker. Well, thank you for spending time with me. You don't have to spend too much. This is a very low energy stream. I'm at least not like depressed out of my mind, so hopefully I'm not being like an energy vampire like I probably was when I tried streaming before. I'm definitely doing a lot better now, so that makes me happy. I should turn the heat up higher. I'm always afraid to turn up the heat. Really, where the fuck did I put the palm sugar? This is actually bothering me now. Oh, did I put it? Oh, here it is. I found it. Palm sugar. This is the first time I've used it. Oh wait, I forgot about this. I forgot how much the milk will, like, once it starts to get thick enough, it's like turns into lava when it bubbles, and then the little bubbles spatter all over my arms, and it hurts. I am a sensitive and I am a sensitive and delicate creature. At least I'm wearing a shirt. That's the other thing that hurts when things splatter. But it's easier than cleaning a shirt. I guess I could get an apron, but my life has been an anxious nightmare and my normal social outlets are quiet today. Oh. Well, thank you for hanging out. I'm glad you're here. The only thing I don't fault anyone for, like, when you're watching any kind of cooking, though, is, like, if you leave because it's making you too hungry. Cooking for me is stressful enough. I mean, it's relaxing enough, but it's also still stressful because I want to make it really good. I care a lot about it, that's why. But, glad I was able to catch you at a better time for me than some. Yeah, and I didn't really plan on anything with the last few times. I don't really know what I'm doing. Like, I need to. I have that, like, afraid to start thing again that I have with everything, but with streaming now. So I think this is sort of a way for me to just to force myself to stream just something random and low energy and low key. Just to, like, feel like I've broke that seal and maybe lose the hesitation to start doing it again on my computer. If that makes sense. The pepper and bread and hummus I had were nice. Yeah, that Middle Eats channel actually has a really good hummus recipe too. I think I messed it up though, so I froze it. But it made so much. But it's super smooth, and it uses dried chickpeas. I think I actually put it through like a sieve or something. Oh no, I remember what it was. You cook the chickpeas with baking soda. And the baking soda will break down the shells, or the break down this, like, what is it? It's like a seed coat or something on it, and it doesn't allow your hummus to be smooth. But if you cook it with baking soda, it breaks that down, and so it just turns into one big smooth mass. The little film, yeah. Like, you have to, like, you can peel them by hand, but even then you're not going to get 100% of them, and the baking soda just dissolves it, and you can still eat them because they're food, so you don't waste as much either. Animal content in cooking, yeah. Is relaxing. Yeah, same. That's sort of why I like No Comment Chick, because she's sort of chill and relaxing when she covers drama, so it's not as painful. I still gotta step away sometimes. But like the hummus on the Middle Eats channel, it's another one that I think he's done a lot of experimenting with, and for the most part, I don't think the baking soda changes any sort of flavor, so it just helps with the texture. That's the pain in the butt part, though, is simmering all of the the chickpeas until they turn to mush, though. Oh, I think that might have been the thing that was really... that really turns into fucking lava. If we want to talk about painful, bubbly lava. Heck. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I muted it for a little bit. I got all my windows open so the heat from cooking can dissipate. But I live next to a busy road. Probably make cannabis-infused Thai curry pretty easily. Given that, like, coconut oil is one of the things that is very popular for people to put THC in. For, like, topical stuff. It's been a while since I've read into it. I'm that weird person. I'm probably not that weird. At first it grossed me out, the idea of having like the weed flavor in your brownies, but now I actually like it. Like I would add like terpenes. I would add like weed oil without THC to my brownies just to make it have that flavor. Cause I used to get these like cookies. They were like 10 in a little like tube, like a pog tube. And they smelled so strong, and they had a flavor, a really strong peanut butter flavor, but it became like it was just like a comfy feeling to have that flavor. Because it meant I was going to be chill. Probably want to only put a small amount, yeah. I mean, for me, I wouldn't notice. It would actually be a great way to keep other people from eating my curry. Like, I have the tolerance, but they'll hallucinate. It's like, holy shit. I'm sure that's about where my tolerance is. Though I've cut down on, I've stopped using cartridges and I've started smoking flour again, which is a much lower percentage. But then it hurts my throat, because, like, I'm smoking. 100 milligram curry, 1,000 milligram curry. I would get like 500 milligram like edibles, and I swear they just didn't work. I think part of it is also just like I have a really iffy digestive system. So sometimes I digest everything quickly, and sometimes it just sits there for 5 hours. And I don't notice shit all. I think we're getting there. It's gonna look really weird. Like, probably the first time this happened to me, I probably thought I did something wrong and I messed it up. Because it looks like when you, it looks like when milk separates. Because it's milk in a way. You're separating the fats, or you're separating like the oils from something else. So it looks a lot like when you have like curdled milk, but without the curdles, just sort of like, I don't know what the rest of it is. Coconut cream or something? The cream and the oil. Oh, now it's starting to spatter on my arms. Oh yeah, I can get high on 0.5 milligram with a tolerance break, but tolerance breaks are so hard. I need the weed to get through. That's when I just do, like, I'll like plan a bunch of things for a single day, because when I go out and I'm doing things, I don't realize it because I'm busy. It's a sort of a habit that I do when I'm bored, but it also helps my PTSD. Oh, this hurts so much. Just gonna hold the very end of this. At least it's deep enough. There we go. It's starting to break, though. You see that? It's like curdling. Yeah, now it's like more like 1 gram for me. At least it's cheap here. It's $2. You can get some decent stuff for $2 a gram. Oh my god, even far away this hurts. But it's breaking. It's doing the right thing. It's doing it. It's doing the thing that it's supposed to be doing, so I'm gonna take the pain. Yeah, you see the oil separating on the sides, and it sort of looks like it's doing the thing. Ooh, that's looking really good. Yeah, for hummus, I like, apparently like using like pre-cooked chickpeas in a can is faster, but it's not going to be nearly as good as if you use like dried ones that you rehydrate and you cook with the baking soda and stuff. I'm not an expert though, but I do trust the person that told me that. Oh my gosh. I got oil all over my little notebook. This is why I clean the kitchen the day after, because I usually just destroy the place. And I'm too tired from cooking. So yeah, you can see that's broken now. That's very broken. Okay, let's turn the heat down. Why is it getting faster? It's probably because it's thicker. That's the one thing I don't like about electric stoves is they take a lot longer to cool. But a fire stove usually gets much hotter. So you have to sort of use a different system of gauging the heat when you cook with one versus the other. I only had a fire stove one time, and that was because I was living in the dorms at a national park, so they were super old. And everything in the middle of nowhere uses propane. So I think the house that I stayed in at one of the places was electric, but like the little dorm rooms, it's just gas. But it made some really good pizzas, because like those crusts get super crispy with the flame right below them. Okay, I'm going to take this off the heat. I'm going to take a little break. I need to drink something and probably smoke some weed. And sit down for a second because my legs hurt. I have this nice soft pad thing that helps a lot. But we'll take like a little. Should I put like a be right? I'll put the be right back thing on. Even though you're not going to be able to type. I mean, you could type, it just won't show on the screen. I don't think it's showing on the screen now anyway. I'm the only one that can see it. Okay, I'm going to do I saw there's like a little be right back screen when I was playing with this, so I'm going to turn it on there and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. BRB. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna start cooking the rice. I've got a rice cooker. If you don't have a rice cooker and you like to eat with rice in it, or you like to eat rice, get a rice cooker. I can cook a lot of things. I cannot cook rice on the stove. And I don't need to, because rice cookers exist. Um, so, I've already washed the rice. Um, so that's another thing you gotta do. You don't want to just put water and rice and in the rice cooker. It's gonna get all gluey. You want to rinse it off at least like 3 or 4 times until the water runs a little clear. And that'll get a lot of the starches and extra stuff off the rice. And then I'm going to put the right amount of water in here. And then I'm going to hit the rice cooker on button. It is easy if you have the right pot. I don't have that. I think that's what you need. You need like a very thick-walled sort of ceramic type Dutch oven thing. Because it needs to sit with the lid on, and I can't leave the lid on something for that long and not check. It's very hard. So it's easier to just use a rice cooker. Good. Whenever I think that it's not enough, I put a little more water in, and then it's too soupy, so I'm not going to do that this time. I'd rather have dry rice than a little too wet. Rice is good to go. I'm a self-control master. That is not something I even am familiar with. Impulse control is like my biggest problem. That's why I gotta portion my food so much. Another reason I recommend like channels like Palin's Kitchen or Hot Thai Kitchen is because they have like how to make your own curry pastes as well. You can see how curdled this is now. It's very separated. In my chair playing a video game with a 15-minute alarm. That helps a lot. It depends on what I'm doing, though. I have the problem of self-control with, playing the video game and not being able to get back up. I have, like, a momentum thing. That's what I like to call it. Because this is just pretty much like what? It's galangal, which is like a root vegetable that looks like a ginger, but it doesn't smell or taste anything like ginger. And it's makrut lime zest, I think. And then green Thai chilies, and lemongrass, and fermented shrimp paste. And, what else? I can just read the can actually. Chinese key, garlic, lemongrass, galangal, shallot, salt, soybean oil, water, pickled yellow chili, shrimp paste, coriander seed, kaffir lime peel, turmeric, cumin, white pepper, MSG. We'll just stir fry this for a quick second, and then we'll pour in the rest of the coconut milk. When I bicycled from New York to Boston, I foraged a lot, but brought a 10-pound bag. Yeah, rice is so good. Like, my rice will probably go bad before I finish the whole bag. It's really nice, though, to just never have to buy rice, because I have, like, a 40-pound bag, and it's just never ending. I haven't even eaten the jasmine rice. I get Calrose rice. I like the shorter grain. It's a little stickier. But I also have, like, a 40-pound bag of jasmine. This is milk, right? Oh wow, that is a lot of coconut cream. This is very separated. Just like it, just too thick. Smelling good. Let's turn up the heat. I'm a non-sticky long grain basmati. Ooh, basmati's good. I'll make that in the rice cooker with a little bit of oil to keep it from sticking together, and turmeric. And I need to get like cardamom pods. I still have the pot that I would just throw on the campfire. It's still sitting. Alright, let's get this one in. I generally don't water or thin mine out as much as the Palin's Kitchen recipe. I think hers calls for like 4 cups of chicken stock. I think I put at most 2. I didn't used to put any at all. But it thins it out a little after you reduce the milk from in the beginning. You can change it based on how thin or thick you want it to be. I prefer my curry a little thicker. I like it to coat the spoon. Oh yeah, in your rice cooker, some lemon or lime juice in the water. Oh, lime makes it easy to not stick to each other. That's good to know, thank you. I love the color of turmeric, and it has a good smell and taste. It's not super strong either. But you notice it when it's mixed in with rice. Alright, let's get that up to up to, let's turn up this temp a little bit more. Start it up to medium at least. Alright, let's see. I need 8 tablespoons of palm sugar. That's not too weird. It's going to take a little bit. Can I separate these? That would make life so much easier. Yay! Okay. Not too hard to do. Seems to shear off pretty easily. I don't know how much. This is probably only going to be like 2 tablespoons. I might need. Arm's hurting. I hear some sizzling. I don't like the color when I accidentally drop it. Yeah. It is way too good at the color thing. I think that's why I like it, because I like when I can see the flavor. And the brighter the color, the more flavor there must be. So like my mind is like, yes, this is delicious. It's like the powder on chips. I normally use brown sugar. This is the authentic stuff. This might be like 4 tablespoons or more. Let's chop it. It's easier to chop up than I expected. It's not like a solid piece of sugar. It's sort of fluffy. Now this is quite a lot. Okay. I'll get a little separate thing to put it, to measure it out and put it in. Where's my... Come on. Mix together. Okay, so it says 8 tablespoons of palm sugar. And that's probably, I could probably do 7, because her recipe's a little bigger than mine. I usually just highball it with, maybe I should chop it more. She did say finely chopped. I feel like it might. I don't know if it's going to be more or less. It's going to be less dense if I chop it more. This is also satisfying to chop, I'm not going to lie. It has like a nice little crunch to it. But it doesn't shoot everywhere. Alright. Okay. Let's get 7 tablespoons for now. 1, 2. Let's see. Maybe get 5 out of this. 3. 4. Alright, I guess I have to chop up another one. There's so much here that like it's taking so long to like convect. It smells good already. I was watching a video of medieval cookhouses yesterday, and apparently there's a record from 1388 in London that required cookhouses to have 1 penny and 2 penny pies. Price regulation on food. And 1 penny pies and 2 penny. Imagine like how much better that must be. Like it's like they probably don't make them any different. Maybe one has spices and one doesn't, or one has mystery meat and one has normal meat. Did you learn that from Max Miller? I know he does the. I need to make the. He did the tasting history with Max Miller. He did a. I think he did an episode or a short or something on like 1990s cafeteria pizza, and I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't good, but it wasn't bad, and it was something that you couldn't really get anywhere else. It just didn't have, nowhere else made pizza that horribly, I guess, but I liked it in that way because it was like comfy. It's like when we first started getting hot lunches at school, it was this like really basic program. I think it said that 2 pennies could be bigger. Yeah. But the pizza, I think, like, the dough is not, like, rolled out. It's, like, poured. And you pour it into a sheet pan. It explains so much. Because it's not really pizza. There's no it's never been a crispy bottom pizza. But they would cut it in those big rectangles. And then I would want to get the biggest rectangle. And preferably not one of the edge ones. One thing my hands get really sticky after cutting up is garlic. Garlic has a lot of sugars in it. Really good smelling sugars too. make this if it doesn't taste salty enough, add fish sauce. And if something's off but it's salty enough, it means it needs more sugar. Using the curry paste adds the seasoning, but it also adds a lot of spice. So you can use less curry paste if you want a less strong curry. But I want to make it extra spicy because I hate myself, so I'm going to throw that in away. No, it was something called Modern History. I like that channel a lot, and I hate myself for this, because I like looked into the background of that guy because I really like that guy, and he doesn't seem like a bad person or anything. I don't want to say that or anything, but he's like, his biography basically says like, I made my money in the tech industry and now I'm like retired and this is like my hobby. And I sort of was like, oh no. But Jonah as a small T, watch Max Miller a lot. Modern History TV is still good though. He does a lot of really informative stuff. Like, it is really educational. It's just that I'm really bitter and poor. So, because it's just like, of course this is interesting. You can afford to do it. Because he'll have like really, he's really good at what he does though. He's like good at jousting, and he owns a bunch of very expensive suits of armor. But it explains how he got into it, and that's sort of what I'm bitter about, I guess. But he's handsome too. He does some really cool stuff. He has a really calm voice. Okay, that was 4, so this is 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna do 7. That is a lot, but that actually looks like around the amount of okay, let's put all the veggies in. Get those cooked. Now, I don't really put them in any specific order. I know some people it matters, because I don't mind my jalapenos and stuff getting really squishy, because I freeze this anyway. And I might not actually use all those jalapenos. But I freeze this anyway, so they're not gonna maintain the best texture. Okay. I mean, the onions will get a little squishy and reduce down too. Let's get all these veggies simmered a little bit. I like the Tony Robinson videos too, the timeline ones. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, let's get the fish sauce measured out too. It's 6 to 8 tablespoons of fish sauce. So, and I don't want to use all of it. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, pour. It smells fishy, but it also smells like oil and vinegar. Like Caesar salad. Maybe it's anchovies. 5. This seems like a lot. 6. Alright, I'm gonna do 6 and then I'm not gonna put the whole thing in. And then I'll see how it goes. I know, peppers swimming in a broth makes me so happy. Probably one Thai chili won't kill me or probably add too much extra heat, especially since this is a quadruple recipe. I really eat my vegetables with this too. Meat is a very small part of it. And I love the basil. I put too much basil in. Speaking of which, I need to wash these basils. Or at least check to see if they're clean enough. Just a little bit of bad stuff. Yeah, these have like a much stronger flavor, but I like that. I'm a weirdo. I'm not a weirdo. Basil's good. No, you're not good. Everything looks good over there. Toss these. I'll just put them in this little container. Check this. Yeah, I think I use like 4 times, maybe not. I use at least double the amount of basil every single recipe calls for. Squishy leaf, squishy leaf, squishy leaf. Good. That's a lot more basil than I actually think I realized I got. My eyes are bigger than my stomach. But there's no such thing as too much basil, in my opinion. And that goes in at the very end. Once you take it off the heat. And it like sits on top, like it's like, oh, I don't think this is gonna fit, but then it sort of wilts down. Okay. Alright, this is 7 palm sugar. Maybe I'll take a little bit. Nah, whatever. That looks about right. And then this is six tablespoons of fish sauce, so I'm gonna leave some. And let that incorporate. And then I'll add more fish sauce or palm sugar based on how savory or sweet it is. And let's do what Uncle Roger tells us to do. and just sprinkle a little MSG in there. That's probably barely any, to be honest. There's probably more in the curry paste. It is so yummy. But I can't taste it yet. I have to let it simmer for a little bit and let the veggies cook down a little bit. I really did a good job breaking the coconut milk this time, though. I'm actually proud of myself. It really is just keeping it on a high temperature for a little bit longer than I'm comfortable. But I can already see the separation of the oils from that first can that I separated. Like, you could just see it pooling on the top. It's already looking so good. Excuse me. But also, I'm not sorry, because I'm happy, and I'm gonna burp out of happiness. This is the part of home cooking that makes it all worth it, because it's just like, it's like anime food almost, like just seeing this simmering coconut. Like, I think it's also because I like to cut things really pretty and precise, so it looks more like anime food. I'm really proud of separating I don't think I usually separate that much coconut milk, too. I used 2 of these large 560 cans, and then I used one 400 milliliter can. And I broke this entire can before I put the other 2 in, so it's definitely worth it to do more than less, and then get those nice good oils on the top. But yeah, this always destroys my kitchen. I mean, I destroy my kitchen. When I was really, really little, apparently everyone's dog just loved me because so much shit would just not make it into my mouth. And turns out that's still an issue. Like, it wasn't until Maisie was gone that I just realized how many crumbs she actually vacuumed up herself. And she would go and sit and smush behind me on the couch, but she'd also eat all the crumbs that I would drop. She was really good. She kept the place clean. It was so cute. 'Cause I remember my aunt's house when I was little. I like the fact that, like, when there's like a pillar inside the house and you can basically go all the way around it, I guess. Like, you could go in one way and you could come out 2 different ways. Like, I like that. I like that in a house. And so my grandparents' house never had that. It just had like hallways and stuff. And then in the basement there was sort of something like that, because you could go in the laundry room, like the sort of utility room, laundry room, in one way and out the other. So you could sort of do a circuit, but it wasn't the best. But at my aunt's house, they had like a stairwell, or like a stairway in the middle, and you could just run right around it. And so, I don't know, that ability to do circuits was like, made me very happy. And so I picked this apartment because it has the same thing. It has like an open kitchen plan. So this stove and this thing are like in a little floating wall, and you can go all the way around it. So you can go in. The kitchen's very open and really like open to everything. And so like Maisie would always have lots of room to see me and hang out. But my favorite thing was just seeing how much she sort of played with it, enjoyed it, because I would sort of tease her and chase her around in circles, because that's what at my aunt's house, I remember her grandma was there, which is like not even Like, so like great grandma for me, but not even, because she's like so far removed from the family. But she was really nice, and she was like chasing me around the stairs, and I remember liking that. And so Maisie would always come in here, and she'd go in one end, and then it would take her there'd be a long wait before she would just casually stroll out the other end, because she was just hoovering up little like cheese shreds and crumbs, but acting like she was just walking through. It was so cute. She was so silly. I left I let more cheese than I needed fall from my mouth when I was eating the mouthfuls at 2 a.m. because they were like a little treat for her. That's actually I might be I hopefully have a place to move into in a couple of months, and I'm gonna have a roommate. And that's what I was telling him. I was like looking at the floor plan, and I'm like, wait, is there like a pillar in the middle? Can I like, is it possible to go all the way around it and like go in a circuit? Like, that's the best. And he's like, can I ask why? And I'm like, I don't know, it's just the best. I'm sorry, I'm neurodivergent, and circuits make me happy. I like to think of like being able to put on my rollerblades and make a little mini roller rink. Veggies are starting to cook down. That smells really fishy. I hope I didn't fuck this up. It might just be the fish sauce sitting out. Ooh. That's salty enough, I think. Not nearly sugary enough. I think I put a lot more sugar than I realized I do. I'm just gonna put the rest of this in. One thing I'm always worried about is making it too salty, even though you're supposed to technically make it a little more salty than you normally would like something, because you're gonna be eating it over rice. But yeah, when it tastes savory, but or when it tastes salty enough, but there's just something wrong, something not there, it needs more sugar. I think I prefer my curry a lot sweeter. I think green curry might not be quite as sweet as like red curry is as well. I'm just gonna chop some more just in case. What the hell even is that? Like a lawnmower? Is that someone driving a lawnmower? Like, I'm turning into just get off my lawn, old person. But back in Chicago, there were so many more, like, laws for cars. Like, you couldn't have so many things on them because it was so distracting and noisy. And I'm understanding why they exist. So, like, it was, like, illegal to have, like, tinted windows and stuff. Because if you're making many portions, it preserves it. Yeah. This freezes really well, though. A scooter, yeah, that's probably what it is. Some really cheap-ass little moped. I'm also going to put some chicken stock in here too, so then I'll have salt, but it's also going to cut it a little bit. Alright, let's taste this first. Let's turn this down a little. I'm probably going to need to put more sugar in. I really don't usually measure when I put the sugar in, but I use brown sugar, so I just crack chunks off of the... And my brown sugar's all solidified for the most part. I just crack chunks of it off. Let's try. Ah, Tad, it tripped in my hand! Ah! Fuck, that was dumb. Okay. There's more sweetness now. It's harder to ruin this with sweetness. If it's a little too sweet, it's still not bad. But I don't think it's gonna be too sweet. Yeah, because I can't taste it again until I put the chicken is cooked when I put that in. So I want to get it right before then. I probably won't put chicken stock in, I'll probably just put some water. Because it's probably reduced a little bit as well. I think that's another reason that you put... Oop! The rice is ready. My rice cooker sounds like a fire alarm. It goes off for so long. It's just not as loud, but it's almost like the same same pitch or note. Way too rice. Needs to turn the temp down a little. Needs even more. Yeah, so I must make mine more sweet than normal. I mean, it also might depend on the... No, I don't think there's anything sweet in the paste. I'm an American, that must be it. I just need sugar and everything. That's how it works, that's how it be. We have sugar in our... This probably takes a while for these to melt a little, so that's why you gotta finely chop them. Okay. It's getting there, it's getting close. Palm sugar isn't that expensive either. I think these were like $4 or $3 something. Oh my gosh, this is maybe, in regards to the methodology of preparation, this is probably the best curry I've ever made. That's a lot of broken oil on top. That's I haven't made curry like this in a while that at least looks this good. I'm tooting my own horn. I don't give a shit. I have exclaimed myself a culinary genius on many occasions. Because it just makes me that happy when I taste it and it's that good. It's like there's something very, it's sending me. There's something very like, when I was working at the Halloween store, back in the fall or whatever, Like it's such a good feeling to be like, what am I gonna eat when I get home? Should I pick something up? And then be like, no, what I want the most is what's already in my fridge. Like, that is a good feeling. Like, there's nothing out there that can make me as happy as that little bowl of Thai curry I have in my freezer. Or, I usually, you'll see when I put this, when I put it in, you'll see when I put it, let me water it down a little bit too. But, you'll see when I put it in all the little containers for the meal prep stuff. Sorry. But, like, it's a lot of food, and I usually only eat half of one of those containers as a meal. So this makes, like, 8 of them, so it's about 16 meals worth. So that... And I generally won't eat 2 heavy meals a day, and only one of them will be this, usually, if I do have this. The first few days it'll probably be all this. Let's mix in a little bit. I don't want to use the Mexican chicken bouillon because that has spices in it. I need the Knorr. Do I have? I mean, they're both Knorr. Did we use it all? Alright. Well, I'm not using the Mexican one. So it's got like parsley flakes. I just put some water in. Might have to add more fish sauce. There's too much oil on this now. Even though that makes it good, I'm like... It makes it hard to taste it. Like, to get a spoonful without a bunch of oil in it. Alright, let's see. Oh my god. Alright. We're getting there. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Sorry, this might be against TOS. Just a little bit more sugar. So nice and spicy. Such a good spice level. Not too much, but a nice kick. I think green curry is spicier. I think the green chilies are hotter than the red one. Could be wrong. I usually think of the red curry as a more sweeter, milder one, though I make them both spicy. Spicy for me, probably not spicy at all by an actual Thai person's standards. I used to go to this place that had a little bit watery curry, but it was good. And, because it was within walking distance of the place I lived with my ex-fiance. And, and they asked for, like, spice level, like, 1 through 10, and, like, a 3 would be unbearable, and I had a higher spice tolerance back then than I do now. So they were hardcore Thai. They did not fuck around. And they used only jalapenos in their soup, and or in their curry, and it was like the spiciest jalapenos I had ever had in my life. And I don't even think that's the part that they, like, measured the spice level. Okay, now there's too much coconut oil. I'm not I mean, there's going to be when it's this much. I'm making a quadruple recipe. It'll even out. It's deeper than it looks, because this is a wok. Alright, let's see. Hot! It's so dumb. Why am I this dumb? I'm sorry. Alright. That's good. That's really good. Alright, that's not a bad thing for storing oils and fats. Yeah, I know, I'm just... It just looks off to me because I normally don't make it this well for it to do this. And it's a pain in the ass to, like, taste it and try it without taking all the oil. But, alright. I don't think I want to put all of this. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I am an American. Give me the sugar. I think this palm sugar might be a little bit less strong than the brown sugar. Let me taste it. Yeah, it has a lighter sweetness to it. It's not quite as heavy and molassesy as brown sugar tastes. Okay. Alright, chicken time. The chicken has been marinating in the fridge. I don't think that the fish sauce that's in the chicken will add too much, given that the chicken otherwise is unseasoned and probably would absorb some of the other stuff, but alright. We gotta let that simmer a bit before we can taste it again. Get the rice all fluffed up. Ooh, a lot of rice. Cooked perfectly. The cheaper cookers make rice, like, when you make a small amount of rice, it burns a little if you don't use the right ratio, but, excuse me. The more rice you make at a time, the easier it is to make, like, to not fuck it up. That's what, from my experience. That's anime food, right? Delicious in Dungeon. I gotta admit, those chicken pieces that were... I made them look the least gross. I should probably take this out. It's done its job. Or I choke on it, because I forget that I put it in there. Where's the chickens? They're starting to cook. Not fully yet, though. Oh, I gotta break up the pieces. It's a big globby mass. go. Even when I cook it for a while, the chicken doesn't, like, it might get a little bit tough, but, or it gets tough when you reheat it for too long in the microwave, but it's generally, like, as long as it simmers and cooks fully in the curry, it's usually relatively very tender. Like I said, I made it before where I put just the whole tenderloins in and then I cut them afterwards and they were just flavorless and not tender. So cooking them in the curry is part of it. It makes them much more flavorful. And then when you marinate them in the fish sauce, it makes it even more flavorful. I don't know if it makes it more tender. It might have just been how I made it last time. I just did a better job with not overcooking them. Might need a little bit more of this. Let's let it come up, back up to slow boil. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this has a much mellower flavor than brown sugar. So that might be my issue. Even though it is more authentic. Okay, chicken. Starting to get that smell. And I always forget because you don't put it in until you take it off the heat. You don't put in the basil. So it's like flavorful and delicious already. And then I'm like, oh, I get to make it better because I get to put basil in it. And basil is one of the best things ever. Did the Pikmin thing play? I have no idea if it works when I'm on mobile. I hope it does. I'm too much of a boomer for like to actually be able to keep track of those things and how they work. Aw, I'm sorry. At least they weren't bits. They were just channel points. Pikmin. They're so cute. I never got into that game for so long. It seemed like a strategy. I mean, it is a strategy game, but it was like those games turned me off. And I think I tried the demo of it or something. And it was so cozy. And I remember I played the whole thing sitting on my balcony, like on Maisie's bed with her next to me. Just listening to the rain. I forget which one it was. Whatever the last Pikmin before the most recent one came out. Alright, I think I can taste this now. I think the chicken should be fully cooked. Come on. mix together. Oh wait, shit, there's... Let's see. Maybe I should have I'll break less of the coconut milk next time. Maybe half of the... Or not the full container of the 400. Okay.
I'm so good. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This shouldn't be allowed. Oh, fuck, that's good.
The coconut oil will carry over well. Yeah. It also just seems like a lot, because, like I said, this is a wok, and it is almost full. So it's got a lot of vertical space. So once I separate it out between the containers, there'll be a decent amount of oil per milk for each one. I'm gonna put a little bit more salt. Just a little bit more sugar. I think it should be good to go. Let's simmer this just for a little longer. Yeah, because it's still mostly coconut milk. You could see it bubbling up. It's just the oil on top is so wonky. But it's not wrong. It's the proper way to do it. I think the chicken does add some flavor to it as well. Just... I mean, of course it does, but... pretty noticeable. Ah, I'm dripping out of my foot. Okay. Turn the temperature down and let it stop simmering, and then we'll fold in all of the basil. Apollo, what is this? It's a wok. I don't remember what that is. I'm usually good with the references. I love onions. I don't even know if you're supposed to put them in here. I like them though. That's what I like about this, it's customizable, so you can use whatever your favorite stuff is. And since I already love coconut milk and basil and chicken, it's pretty easy. So I just put the veggies I like, which is jalapenos and onions and bamboo. I think mushrooms sort of messes it up a little bit. I know that Tom Kha Gai uses oyster mushroom. I think I used something, I think I used something strong when I tried adding mushroom one time, and it just didn't, it sort of funkied up the whole thing. Okay.
already washed all these Thai basil leaves and dried them and then put them away. I also had to pluck them all. Alright, stop bubbling. I funk mastered it. In. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna assume that this is fully cooked. Oh yeah, it definitely is. Yeah. Okay. I turned the heat off, so it should be cooling down. Once it stops simmering, I'll put in the basil. That's good. Oh, it's...
That's spicy. Ooh, I like it.
Alright. I think it stopped simmering. Thai basil is really wonky. This is not Thai basil. But Thai basil, like, bruises and sort of... It doesn't wilt purple, but it bruises purple. It hasn't gone bad. It just gets old. When it gets older, it gets purpler. This may be too much basil. Usually when I say that I'm incorrect, but this I may be correct this time. We're gonna find out. That's all good. That's these pieces. And I guess regular basil bruises. I like the little leaves. I don't know if they're less flavorful or what. Or more. This is just the European basil. I still have 3 bags of Thai basil. Like I said, this may be too much basil. or throw out anything that might be grody. It's been a couple days. They're mostly good. See the purple? But that's not bad, it's just bruised and old. Okay. It reduces a lot. You'll see what I mean. Because they all wilt, and then they're not that much. See, it's already not enough. That's okay, because I have 2 more bags of Thai basil, because I'm fucking insane. I think these are good. It was just that one bag that had iffy stuff. They get dry before they get grody when you wash them and make it right. Motherfucker eating a Christmas tree. I love basil. You do not understand. I mean, you're beginning to. This is why Thai curry cemented itself into my, like, favorite food list. Oh, okay. It doesn't separate as much once it cools down a little. You can mix it up more. I think it was simply because it was boiling. It was really separating the oil. Because right now it looks perfect. I think that's just a bunch of stuff on the top. Let's get the basil underneath the things in the bottom and then see. Alright, we still have 1 more bag. Let's see if we can fit it. I mean, we don't want to waste this basil, you know? Might as well be picky then with the ones that I use. Use the nice big green ones. Thai basil's a little bit chewier, I want to say, stringier, less tender. I think that's another reason why I like to use European basil mixed in with it. I am adding the whole bag, aren't I? Yep, I am. It's some basil curry with some chicken and vegetables. And a splash of coconut milk. You know, once this probably fully wilts, I'm gonna be like, I can fit the rest of the basil in there. But maybe it's cool enough now. No, it's pretty hot still. I thought it might have cooled too much. I think the European basil doesn't wilt quite as hard, I think, as the Thai. Maybe it's just because the Thai basil is just usually much smaller leaves. I used to slice it up, like chop it up before I threw it in, but it's better and the more authentic to just leave the whole leaves. I still think most of the basil's floating on the top though. I'm just poking it. Alright, let's try this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The basil adds so much flavor just to the curry as well. I didn't even have any basil in that spoonful, but it was everything that the previous spoonfuls was missing. Was added by the basil. God, I love Thai curry so much. It's so fucking good, guys. It's so good. And I think I calculated this, so the quadruple batch, I think it's like $26 in ingredients. Because the coconut milk and the basil and the chicken and I think I could use the rest of the basil. Let's just try a little bit more. Why is this so good? Alright. It can only be made better by more basil. I said I was gonna say that I probably would say that it could just use the rest of the basil, and I was correct. So far, I don't think I have found too much basil. Until it turns into a salad with like tossed a splash of coconut. I never liked spinach. I never liked wilted veggies as a meal or anything. Basil doesn't get as slimy as spinach. But I can handle this. I think it's because I don't like the flavor or the texture of spinach, but I can deal with it when it's something I love the flavor of. And yeah, this still isn't as slimy as spinach gets. I don't know why spinach gets so fucking slimy, but it does. This may look that way, but it's not. Alright. Now I gotta clean before I can even portion this out. Because I don't have any space. Which is fine. Let's get this look into how they make palm sugar, exactly what it is. Clean up off stream. I do need to make room. Okay. These are the containers I was talking about. There's like residue from the dishwasher. And also I burnt this because I cooked the curry too long. But one of these I'll make 8 of these with the quadruple batch. And then half of one of these is enough for a meal for me. I can eat more. I shouldn't though. Just in case, but that's usually not the case. I'll get the rice in first. Oh, I think I use an ice cream. That's one of the secrets. When I worked at the sushi restaurant, oh man, there's like stuff in this. No, there's just rice. It's old rice. Rice sticky stuff. I worked at the sushi place. We used this to get rice. See, I do this to relax. Like, this is something I have been cooking for 15 years now. And I keep learning, like, little new things and stuff and how to make it better and more authentic. And so... And it's also just one of my comfort foods. Oh, you eat it in 3 to 4 days. That's why you can't. That's actually one of the reasons why I portion it. And then I freeze most of it immediately. That helps a lot. Like a lot. Because it takes a while to defrost, and having these large containers means that I generally it limits me. It's literally like just making it more difficult to the point it's no longer worth it. It's easier than actually having real impulse control, which is painful. All I know is I never put enough rice in, so I made a little extra this time. I made 4 cups of dry rice instead of 3. No, I don't... Yeah, I could probably zoom out and just show... Just getting all the meal prep stuff. I don't have like any specific in calorie, or I don't count them because I don't want to. But I don't think this is a low calorie meal. That's another reason why I try not to eat it too often. once a day is me not eating it too often. But I have like this, I got this cute little bowl with little ears on it, and it's pretty much the perfect portion size for me to feel full if I haven't been eating too much lately. And that's literally about half of this. Alright, let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not being super precise with the portions. Just as long as it fills up most of it. As long as it looks like enough that won't piss me off. Because I get pissed off easy when I don't have enough food. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's a little too much. Let's put it here. I'm almost gonna forget how I'm not even hungry. I've made too much food. I forgot to leave myself some. Let's see. I have a little bit in the rice cooker, but let's see if I can spread it out and make sure these are all pretty evenly distributed. Yeah, freezing them helps a lot with portion control, and then they still take a while to defrost in the fridge, which also helps because then I can only like take out a certain amount and then defrost it completely in a separate dish. I think this is good. Okay. So I'll make my little side bowl. Alright, that's for me later. That's my bowl right now. Alright, let's get these full. It's so hard trying to make them like even. It's a little soupier than I make it normally. I might go a little further though. Usually get it all the way up to the edge. I'm worried I might have too much. It's not a problem I normally have. Putting 1 scoop in each thing because that way I can sort of mix them together better. Did I accidentally make like way more than I normally do? This is okay. No wait, it's going down pretty quickly. Oh wait, these aren't filled that much. I can probably put a scoop, half a scoop more in each one. Alright, let's get some chunks for the ones that don't look like they got much. That's the one thing I worry about is like if you don't keep it mixed up enough, there's the ones at the bottom are always going to have a lot more flavor in it because it's just everything's sort of settled, which is why I like to evenly spread it out. That's a little too much on that one. Oh yeah, I have too much. I think I just have more of the curry. I maybe just made too much, like regular stuff. Like put too much in it. Oh well, I have more curry than I know what to do with now. Whoops, that's a horrible problem to have. Oh no, what will I do? This is a tragedy. I cannot believe this has happened. Just unimaginable. Too much curry. Mark your calendars. We will remember this day. A day of mourning when I made too much curry. I guess I could just put... No,
I'll just put the rest in a little Tupperware. My hamburger buns. That's the thing, when I cook too much, I'm like not as hungry. Like it's still stressful for me, but it's something that I enjoy it, but like it's like a game, it's like a video game. Like video games are stressful. You can't play them all the time, especially like Elden Ring shit. Honestly, that's probably a bad example. I don't think that's an enjoyable. Everyone I've seen playing Elden Ring, it doesn't seem like they're enjoying it. So, but other games that are complicated, but not as making you want to die inside, you know? Okay, that was actually enough of breaking the coconut milk. It just looked wrong because it was separated so much while it was still heating. Once you cooled it down and mixed everything in, it sort of became like an emulsion. Alright. Let's see if I can actually get these on. Try to make them all as even. It is a great sense of accomplishment, though, when I stack all these up and put them in the freezer. And then I open my freezer, and when I'm looking for something to eat, and there's just a shit ton of food that I've made. Go in there. It does take a lot of effort, though. I mean, because I'm making so much at a time, but I sort of just, like, marathon it when I do have the energy. And then I've got all these delicious meals for when I don't. But this has taken a long time to get to where I am right now and able to sort of function and work and do things like this to begin with, so I understand. Not everyone's at that point where they can do this. Alright. There we go. That's, 8 TV dinners, 16 meals worth, and I actually made more than that, because I have some, I've got like a whole other one's worth, I just don't have enough rice for it, so I'll just keep that in the fridge. Alright, let me try the little bowl I made for myself. Alright, let's see. America deserved 9/11, never forget. Avalanche of curry. That's a great thing to go back and check. Yeah, no, the TV dinner thing it's like the most delicious gourmet TV dinners you can have. But, I like the separate things, though, for the curry and the rice, though. I make my own Trader Joe's stuff. Let me try it. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, the chicken is so tender. What the fuck did I do? How am I... This is so good. Oh my god. I'm sorry you can't have any. I'm like, you just watched me make this for like 4 fucking hours. Almost 5. And I made like enough for a small family, and
and more than enough for everyone that's watched, and I can't share it. I'm sorry. I love feeding people. Must be my Slavic epigenetic memory. I'm gonna put these babies in the freezer. Yeah, I got more curry this time. Oh no, my freezer's sort of full. I got more curry this time because it's a little waterier than I normally make it. But not too much so. It still coats the spoon. That's what I want. But, yeah, straight into the freezer. I do not need this temptation. I do not need to eat what I do not need to do what I used to do, which was eat an entire family-sized serving of like one. This was a quadruple recipe. I used to eat just one of them at a sitting. Alright, these are not fitting in this direction. Bam. Bam. I'm so good at Tetrising. Alright. And then we pop the lid on you. And then we just leave this shit for tomorrow when I can deal with it. And then we put this one in the regular fridge. And that will be my dinner for the next week. And now there's not a whole bunch of green veggies everywhere. Because all of my veggies have been chopped and put into falafel and folded into Thai curry. So, though I have a bunch of fresh dill and cucumbers in there, but that's for the cucumber sauce. I'm sorry, I don't like to toot my own horn very much, but I love food, so I can't like hide it when it's so good. But like, oh my god. Okay, yeah, that oil, like now the oil is sort of mixed together in it, but that oil has so much flavor, and it like coats your mouth. So like, that's definitely good, okay. So I'm gonna break a whole can each time, and it's gonna look like too much, and I'm saying this now because I might watch the VOD again to see what I did right when I fuck this up the next time. So, break this whole can, and it's gonna look like way too much oil the entire time you're cooking it. You're gonna be freaking out. And then when it's off the heat, you just mix it up, and then it looks normal, and it doesn't separate anymore. It's just because it was hot. And then it's delicious. So that's the note. But yeah. Oh, straight up tootin' it. Speaking of which, that falafel, by the way, be warned, you're gonna be tooting up a storm if you make it. It is, I don't normally eat beans very much because I don't like the texture. So I didn't realize that, like, that's what, I forgot that was a thing. And then I ate a shit ton of falafel and I'm like, I think I'm dying. Like, I think I might have colon cancer. This is not normal. So, that's a warning. Just like if you make, like, there was this chicken my family would make that just had a shit ton of garlic cloves, and you cook the garlic cloves a long time so they caramelized and they weren't super strong tasting, but eating a bunch of cloves of garlic also gives you the toots. The pooters. Alright. Let's see who I can... Let's put this down and see if I can even raid on this app. I don't even know. I don't think so. I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on.